slide. So
I think we'll play a little game while we wait for him.
let me share the link.
All right, so first of all, our intention is to ensure that we make IO extended trend. Apart from the want people outside Uyo to know and feel the buzz, feel the heat that is going on here. So we're actually going to, I know my host earlier said that you should take a picture with your partner or someone sitting now close to you and then you tweet about it. So the good thing about this is that when we are going to pick selected people, the highest number of tweets, and we are going to be them to act and pack. So expect something special and just take a selfie and tag IO extended. Sorry, it's not Google IO extended, it's IO extended video. So yes, can we just do that now in a minute? My camera is on, nobody's carrying up there. My camera, people should stop. Like, you people are so dull. I want to sleep. I want to feel the energy. Your community not like this. What did they happen? Tell me. You not get phone. 10 bros like you. Are you serious? No, don't worry, don't worry. This is Nigeria. You understand all these things. But please, let's all remember. If you don't have phone, collect your neighbor's phone. Tell the person that you return the phone later. Okay, so I think I should do my own. Ask and it shall be given to you. I come. Come now, let's take it out. Wait, calm down. What are you talking about? Selfie. Since you did not ask, but I actually want to see the buzz. I want to see the buzz on Twitter. I'm checking my Twitter. I'm checking the hashtag on Twitter. I want to see people's faces. People are too hot to hide yourself. Nigeria has to know that there's something big happening in Uyo. So please, the hashtag. I'm there. I want to see people. Apart from we staying in Uyo, I wish I can go somewhere else outside Nigeria. Because I don't understand the bad network. No, network bad. No, network bad. Say something. But please tweet if you have a good network, please just tweet about it. I'll check. Okay, our video is on, so just enjoy yourself.
More music at NigerWide.com. Tell me what you like. I really got a content. When I take me mind, baby, I go make your life get done. I go teach you right. So I go make you shine, baby. See you the father every time, baby. I go make your life get done. Cause you dey give me ginger, you dey give me ginger, I go make you like a you dey do me like shit, you dey give me ginger, she dey give me ginger. She dey give me ginger. Baby, because something is in my skull. And you don't really that story. Say you got one things like one man for you. I see this girl of you, man. So them get to money, but I know not my woman. You dey give me ginger, you dey give me ginger. I got to do like Karo. Other you know they do me like Shani. They give me ginger. I think you're white. She they give me ginger. They feel no big Karo. She they give me ginger. Baby, come close. Baby, give me love. Baby, come.
You can turn me on just a touch. Baby, say heaven. DJ Spintax, the source.
My brother, I love you, calculate, take a pull off, still let it go. I love you, easy, how many people belly go. Inside the light, now inside the black, open my eyes, make I just see her. Make her raise my drum, make her mind go use me as drum. Make what the mother no stay my drum. Oh my God, they tell me that my God, cause I only carry this at my home. If I hold it, I sat on my own. Me, I don't think what you thought my love. Oh my God, they tell me that my God, cause I only carry this at my God.
I'm
This guy is supposed to. This guy is supposed to be.
see as our pixels.
how many of us are into web development. You're a designer, you design for web, you're a front-end or back-end developer. Please let me say you indicate. All right, so I'm going to make it friendly, like for everyone, whether you're doing Android, you're doing iOS, don't worry, you'll be able to follow up. So what is PWA? All right, trying to slide from here. Hi, technical unit. Okay, so before that comment, while I'm waiting for. Okay, so briefly, PWAs are called progressive web apps. So progressive web apps, that way, it's referring to the usual website we work on. Your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. So PWA use the concept. It's a normal web application like you would do, but in this case, you're going to use more advanced. You're going to add more advanced technology to make it a progressive web app. Remember, it is your usual HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that you're going to use to be able to get it to be a PWA app. So it's your normal HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code you're going to use to get it to a PWA app, but you're going to enhance it by adding other, let's say, modern features and ability to your app to be able to get it working as a PWA. So normally, PWAs have been around for long. They've been far back 2001. Steve Jobs first introduced it. So over time, it's been gaining prominence because we now have the big brands like Twitter, we have the big brands like Facebook, also having a version of their application in PWA. That's why you have stuff like Facebook Lite, Twitter Lite. So those are versions of PWAs. So PWAs are majorly web apps that are built and enhanced with modern APIs to deliver enhanced capabilities, reliability, and installability while reaching anyone anywhere. So I highlighted installability, APIs, and a single code base. So I highlighted that part so that you notice that it means you don't need a separate code for your website and also a separate code for the PWA. You're using a single code base for everything. So what are the characteristics of PWA? Please, next slide. The characteristics of PWAs include, please, the next slide. Characteristics of PWAs. So if you can read fast or you listen. So PWAs they are meant to behave like native apps. When you're using a PWA app, it's going to have the same experience like you would use a normal like phone app. Because I'm using normal Facebook app and Facebook Lite. Okay, so it's going to act and behave the same. PWAs will also prompt users for a user to install the app. And the next one is PWAs, they show up on your home device. So those are some of like the characteristics of what you would notice in application for you to know that they are actually PWAs. Another thing is PWAs can work offline. If you notice that in Facebook Lite, if you use Facebook Lite or Twitter Lite before, same thing, PWAs can be installed and uninstalled. You can install the PWA on a desktop, you can install it on an Android phone or maybe iOS because Apple now supports PWS. So this is the first demo. Please, the next one. I need the link to be clicked on. Okay. So this is the first demo. How can I click on it? I want to click on this link. So please click on this link. I want to show us a demo of how PWA behaves. or how it is? Okay, so this is an app that it's a normal HTML CSS site, but it was enhanced. They added functionalities to it. So now users can use this app as a PWA. You can install it and uninstall it on any device. So if you go to, please scroll down. If you scroll through this app, this is a normal HTML CSS site and some functionality using JavaScript. So the next thing, go to settings on this browser. Please go to settings. Just click on the settings, and you're going to see an option to install this website on your desktop. So we'll just start from where we stop. Okay, so while that is putting, let me continue filling us with the other features of PWA, because I want to eventually get to talk about how you can actually transform your HTML CSS code to a PWA app. So before the demo comes on, the next thing is, so why is PWA necessary? Because right now, it's actually necessary that if you're building an application, you consider making it a PWA. Making it a PWA means you can make it more rich, like for users to be able to connect or reach that app more. So for users, one of the things a user gets to enjoy using a PWA app, I'm bringing the example Facebook Live and Twitter Live. If you notice, Facebook Live were majorly for users that maybe their phones don't have enough let me call it building capacity to handle much apps or to handle heavy applications. So a user would choose to use a light version of the app. So for a user, PWAs, they take short time to load. PWAs are good in performance when network is bad. When network is bad, PWA can still be operating and functioning offline. They also have offline mode. So PWAs, no matter the size of your app, as soon as you make your site a PWA app and it's installable, it's 1 MB. It doesn't exceed 1 MB PWA. And the next thing is it's instant updates. As soon as it's network, the app gets to update and the app is on. So for businesses, what does this mean for businesses? For businesses, if let's say you own a blog or you own a radio station or a TV channel or something that you have to be updating content on that site regularly, and you also need your users to have a mobile version of your app. If you make your site a PWA, this is what it does for users. Users can install your app, they can have access to your content, they can go through your app in offline mode, they don't need to wait for internet access to be able to access the platform, and they can also interact on the app. That means they can comment, they can share while they are offline. For a business, it gives you more reach, more reliability, and all those issues of no internet kind of stuff it gets reduced if an app is a PWA app, and it also has a higher engagement and conversion rate. From studies and from observation, people have noticed that PWA apps have more user conversion and user rates because users get to communicate, or not like communicate, users get to use the app more because they can access it in offline, they can access the app offline, and they can also interact on the app or do other things. They even get to have push notifications if they are using a PWA. So it's a good thing for businesses to adopt PWAs. All right, so the next one. So what does this mean for developers as a developer? Why do you need PWA? Why do you need to, if you're building a site for someone, you need to integrate or enhance the app so that it can function as a PWA? It means modern development approach, because for you to actually get your site to be a PWA, you need to enhance it. And enhancing it means bringing in modern practices on the app. Then the other one would be a positive developer experience. So you know that how when you're just writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and someone can actually install it as an app on the phone. It feels like superpower, your code is running everywhere. running on iOS store, it's running on app Google Play Store, it's also running Microsoft Store. So it's all around. The other thing means no need for separate code for app development. Your app, the code runs everywhere on every platform. And it also is also independent of the backend. It's also independent of the backend. That's because PWAs, they have functionality to work offline. And even when they are offline, users can receive notifications. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, so now to the subject of how. To the subject of how. So if you're a developer, okay, so talk about if you're just a user or if you're a business person, you own a business, you want to look at how to get more reach, how to get more people to trust your app. Then now, as a developer, now you know that you can transform your HTML, CSS static site to PWAs. Okay, so how? So how do we do that? First off, when you have your HTML, CSS, JavaScript code, it's right now that we're all using frameworks like the React, the Vue, Angular, and the rest. PWAs are also, you can also do PWAs, a lot of those with React, with Vue, and there are a lot of tutorials on how you can go about it. But in a static form, no framework now. When you have your folder, your repo, where you have your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code, in order to make your app a PWA, first thing you have to create a manifest file. So that manifest file is going to make stuff, the icon you want the site to use on desktop. You know, desktop apps, they have icons that you use to identify each app. So you're going to need an icon that will identify the app when it is installed. You're also going to need an icon, maybe an effect icon or something for the app to be showing when it's being viewed as a web app, like it's being viewed on the browser. You're also going to need something like, I think for every platform, different platforms, they use different icon size. So if you define an icon, there are some plugins you can use to generate multi icons of one icon so that it's compatible with different platforms that you want to use the app on. And after you do your icon, you now put it, you define in your manifest or JSON file. You're also going to add a service worker. So this service worker, they're majorly JavaScript code that works in the background. So this is what enables the push up, the notification. You know, this is what enables the user to be able to like to comment and interact on a post or something offline before it supports. Then okay. So the next one is you now serve it over HTTP and register that on Cloudflare or Let's Encrypt. That's just for added security for your app. It's nothing so you just create an account and you get a key and you just add it to your manifest file. So for you to now, after you've done those settings and you've added those files, there are checklists for all of this for an app to be accepted as a PWA. One, is it installable? I mean, okay. The core, please, core requirements slide. So these are some of the checklists that are generally used, like on any platform. Your app has to tick these requirements before it is accepted as a PWA. So the first one is the app installable? Can a user install this app? So if I'm scrolling to this app on a web browser, can I install it on my desktop? If I'm using a Windows application, or I'm using a Windows OS, can I install it? If I'm using MacBook, can I install this app? So that's one of the checklists. Then the second checklist is provides an offline experience. It wouldn't make sense to be on an app and I'm trying to access on that, like no internet access and all those kind of stuff. So it has to provide an offline version of your site so that a user can still have access to your content. And is it fully accessible? Like I can access it. Accessibility has to do with for users that maybe have a bit of disability and the rest. Are they able to still interact with your app? Can I browse through your app using keyboard instead of if I can't use mouse? Can I use keyboard to interact on your app? Can I use input fields or use a screen reader on your app and I'm still able to get the information you're trying to pass across? So that's why we ask if the app is accessible. And the next one is start fast and stay fast. How fast is the app? The core concepts of PWAs are that it should be fast. Like it is fast, it should be fast. That's the selling point for PWAs because it works independent of the web, so it has to be fast on its own. The next one is it works in any browser. You can work on, maybe if you're using Chrome, you're using Brave, you're using one of those, maybe any of those browsers. It could work on maybe Chromium, just any browser, and it is responsive on any size, on any screen. This is like, let me call it the second most the core requirement you need to look out for, because if a site is fully responsive, that means even if I use a screen that is like 320 pixels, it should work well. If you're using a screen that is as big as this TV or something, the site should also be able to expand and accommodate that space and still be functioning well. So that's what it means for it to be responsive on all screen sizes, because you can't totally determine all the screen sizes in the world. For manufacturers, they come up with different specifications or different screens here and there with different screen specifications. So what you could just do as a developer is to protect yourself by making sure that your app works on every screen size, no matter the screen, just get it responsive. Okay, so now that we've done that, I want to show us a demo of an example. So can I get that? Oh, okay, so this slide is really important, what I wanted to show. So after you've added all your checks, so yeah, I want you to see that video. So this is an example of a PWA, how a user, this is a web app that is being installed as a mobile app. How you can add it to your home screen. It works as a mobile app. And that's the app showing on your phone. You will install a PWA. So the next slide also has another example. Okay, so please just go to this site. The squash.app. Just go to your browser and open that site. Let me make it a practical demo since the videos are not working well. The demo I add up, just click on the link. All right, so I have about 4 minutes left. I'll be done. I just want to show us a practical demo of a website that you can install it on the desktop, maybe the laptop that is being used there, and you can also use it anytime you're on the device. But if that's not working, so after putting all your checklists in place for your app to be a PWA, when you finish that, you don't need to like tell anybody or apply anywhere that this is the app I want to upload. As soon as you finish those checks, automatically your app is, if it's installable, that means your app is installable. You can now add a button on your website for users to click on that button and install your app. So for people that use Chrome Dev Tool, when you open Chrome Dev Tool under Lighthouse, if you've used the Lighthouse plugin, you're going to see where you can do checks for performance, accessibility, best practices, SEO, and progressive web app. So if you can get that, the one for progressive web app, if you can get it to like 90, 95, or 80, you're good to go. Okay, so as soon as you get these checks done, your app is ready, and you can push your app to Google Play Store, you can push your app to Apple Store, and you can get your app to any platform you want the app to be accessed. So thank you. I just needed to stress the point that instead of looking at creating different apps for different purposes, like you create a website, you now create a mobile app for the same purpose, you can create a website and now make it a mobile app using PWA concepts. Thank you. That clap is not enough. I want it to be harder. Okay, so that was a very, very nice presentation. I enjoyed it. How many of us enjoyed it? That's good. Before we go to the next speaker, I'd love us to do something. So we have sponsors that have pulled together to make this event very successful, and I would love us to acknowledge them. So what we'll do is a clap for each sponsor. So once I call the name of the sponsor, you clap for the sponsor. So let's start with the art company. So let's give it up for the art company. Also, we were sponsored by Spotify, right? And lastly, we're sponsored by Google. So please do it. That's the biggest one. Thank you very much. So we are going to go to the next speaker, and the next speaker is hold on. Okay, next. The next speaker is Alfred Lazarus. So, Alfred is a specialized digital marketer with 4 years of experience in SEO, community manager, content creation, social media management, and other digital marketing, and loves Google Kits for marketers because of flexibility. He's the co-founder of TechGene, an edutech company with the vision of equipping Africans with enabling skills to gain employment in tech industries. So yes, that's who Alfred is, and he's going to be talking to us about. Sorry, please hold on. He's going to be talking to us about the art of remaining relevant in Google search. So please, before I call him up to speak, please let's keep tweeting. If you have any point from any speaker, just tweet it. And the hashtag is hashtag. I wish it could be displayed here, but the hashtag is, we are using two hashtags, hashtag IO extended and hashtag IO extended Uyo. So please let's use the hashtag. I wanted to acknowledge the people that have seen their hashtag. They are doing amazing things, but please let's keep it booming. Remember that there's a gift, there's a swag for someone. So please let's just keep tweeting. And let's give it up for Alfred Lazarus.
She said she no go love again, need it for come up. I tell her baby not again, make her fix you up. Me tell her make you go get no be synthetic yo. So baby make it know that yeah, I go hold it down, 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 hold it down.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So, my name is Alfred Lazarus, and we want to talk about how do our content rank on Google? What is the measurement? How does it rank? So imagine you walk into a library, you pick table, you start reading, and at the end of reading, you don't get what you wanted. How will you feel? So actually, I will feel bad. There are many of us that were actually, maybe not me, not say book addicts while we were in secondary school. You go to the library, you pick a book. After you scan through 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you drop it. You pick another one, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you drop it. If you went to secondary school that had a good library like my own, you can relate. But if you don't, I'm sorry about that. So let's talk about Google. Relevance first. How for now? Okay, access. Just sorry about that. Internet can frustrate anybody. The access granted. Okay, let's go before we come to that side. More than anything else, this is the word that defines Google success, relevancy. How does your content perform on Google? How does it sound? If I click on your link, how will I feel if I read your whole content and at the end I don't have the solution I was looking for? Now, if I am the writer of that content, you read it, it's Alfred Lazarus. At the end, you read what doesn't make sense to you. Certainly you'll feel bad. So that is how each and everybody that reads content on internet feel like. Sometimes, okay, somebody said that Google is a skill. If you accept that Googling is a skill, please raise up your hand. Sometimes you are searching for something. You type, okay, let's talk about tech skill. You typed on Google, carry my laptop. So you type something, let's say you are looking for the trending tech skill in 2022. Instead for you to say trending tech skill in 2022, you say tech skill, that's still relevant. Okay, that's not relevant. Why? Because you're actually looking for something that will bring a drop down tech skill. We have digital marketing, we have Google Cloud Computing, we have plenty others, but we are looking for tech instead of tech skill. So we actually talked about, I feel cheated. I feel like I'm cheating you people. Am I cheating you?
Very much.
I'm sorry, please. Okay, technical. So let's continue why they're coming up. So if the search result on Google served when the most relevant in the business, each and every company will be out of business. That depends on searches. Now, one beautiful thing about Google is that it provides a level playing ground, whether you are a big company or whether you are even the Google that owns the page rank that prowls around the internet. If the content you are sending out are not relevant, even Google themselves will not rank. So it doesn't mean whether Google is the owner of the algorithm or whether it's Apple or whether it's any other business. So far, you are competing with each and every other person on the internet. You must depend on what we call the relevance. So we are actually going to talk about the key metrics. What do you use to know if your content is relevant? How is it relevant to the user? Okay, so my name is, please, can you, if problem new. Okay, so my name is Alfred Lazarus. I happens to do digital marketing. Honestly, I hated this stuff when I started. I never knew it's this amazing, but I grew in love with it. And if you ask me in the next 100 years, maybe, if I will live up to that, I don't want to, I'll still be in love with digital marketing. So I talked about digital marketing, leadership, mentorship, and politics. So let's go to the next page. How easy is it to rank on Google? Now, I feel one of the most exciting things, just like what I said before, is that Google, okay, do you know that each and every search engine on the internet gives a different result if you search for a particular keyword or a query or anything? Either Google, Bing, Baidu, or whatever, even Yahoo search. Each time you search on something, let's say text skill, the result it will bring on Google is different from the result that will come. The result it gives on Google is different from the result that will come on Bing. The same thing with Yahoo search. I recently discovered something. Please, can you? I'm actually a villager. See, I'm a villager. I told you before. Okay, so this is actually not clear, but let's see something. My Facebook page. If I change, what happened to my Facebook page if I change my profile to page? Okay, let's say that what happened to my Facebook profile if I change my profile to page? Now, the first result that come on Google Bing is different from the result. Now, on Bing, one thing I noticed on Bing that it gives you the exact second the search query comes to life. On Google, it gives you a location. You can change the time. Let's say you are posting about that stuff or you are writing a content today. Somebody else wrote that content 3 years ago. When you are searching on Google, you will have opportunity to streamline the time, the date to the relevancy of the moment. So many of us are picking skills or picking videos, tutorial that was made 10 years ago, and you want to compete with people in 2022. You lose. So let's talk about actionable steps on how to rank on Google and remain relevant on the search. Hey, please let me do the talking. Thank you. You see, if you like, take a village man to London. In a village man. Okay. So the first step is one of the actionable steps to rank on Google is the first step is you perform a keyword research. If you know Sabi to sorry, why are you people laughing at me? Am I funny or a comedian? Okay, so once you've determined what you want to write about, please never wake up in your life to start writing. You are not a witch. Because actually your inspiration is different from the inspiration of every other person. The inspiration of people you are writing for. Okay, you want to wake up, you're writing about politics. Actually, writing about politics is fine because you want to enlighten. You want to tell people this is what I feel. But the truth is, if you want to write for you to rank on Google, you must understand the keyword, the terms people were using to search for something about politics. So let's say the trending topic in Nigeria currently is the article. Okay, oh my Peter Obi people. Yeah, I love you. So the Peter Obi conversation, the Tinubu conversation, and the article. So let's say you're writing about this is what you feel that Peter Obi should use in choosing his VP. Fine. But when you go on Google, you see a different keyword, a different search query. Have you ever tried to search for something on Google? Immediately you start typing, they bring up plenty of other stuff. Suggestion. Now, the same suggestion you have when you are typing, when you are looking for an answer on Google, the same suggestion it will give you when you use a tool like Google Trend, Answer the Public. Okay, I listed two here. 3, is it 4? Google Trend. On Google Trend, when you use Google Trend, they'll give you the conversation, what people are looking for. They will give you the time. They'll break it down to the location. From the location, they might even break it down to your village. Because the internet, every data you impute on Google, it has your footprint. We are actually sitting on a time bomb. You are here now, Google knows that you are here. The Facebook applications you have on you, your mic is on. So sometimes when you talked about art, when you talked about whatever, immediately you go on Facebook, you go see that thing. It's because they're monitoring you. You are sitting on something you don't even know. We don't even know where this stuff is taking us to. Sometimes there's what we call a lookalike audience on Facebook. I might be a friend to, I am a friend to Edidion Asipo. Now, because I am a friend to Edidion Asipo, I am not even a friend to the person that is running an art. But somebody can actually use Edidion to track me. Because that person knows that whatever Edidion likes, I will like it. That's that. Okay, utilize your target keyword to write attractive content. So many of us, even in building startup or whatever, you say that I am the this, I am the that, I'm the technical, I am the manager. Yeah, it's actually fine. But the truth is, whatever you want to do now, whatever you feel like you know, you are the first person, bros, sis, person don't do that thing before. When you search on this keyword, I'm not saying that, because the truth is, if you are gathering 1,000 keywords, I am telling you that over 50% of that keyword is dead already. Gather 1 million keywords, 5,000 is dead. So you must understand the trend, how to balance whatever you are looking for. So utilize the keywords to write attractive content. If you perform a keyword which to have 1,000 keywords, there's possibility that 60 is already a waste. So streamline your keywords and improve your organic search. Leverage the competition. Did I say right? From all of this, you just try to balance whatever you are doing so that whenever you are churning out this content, it will be what? Relevant. No matter how smart you are, your competitors have already figured out, either by accident. There's so many stuff, especially developers. There's one picture I saw that is very funny. There's a tap coming from something and something coming. Now the water was supposed to enter the first one, but instead the water left that place. You go enter another place. That's accident. At that time, a developer will say, "Mbo on I won't go again." So that because immediately you touch that stuff, bros, you go pray tire. You see meditation, you meditate. So whatever you want to do, you need to have this at the back of your mind. So there is another bad with ranking for the hidden. So there's nothing bad with ranking for the hidden keywords your computer already ranked for. Nothing is bad. Creating a value. How do people create value? If you want to mentor people, what do you want to mentor? I can't be in digital marketing and I want to mentor somebody in physics. You will fail. So if you bought a book to read and at the end it's not what you expected, what would be your reaction? Sad. A waste. Some of us, we have plenty of books in our library. I'm not done reading it, and I'm very sure and certain that I will read it because I don't need it. So if you want to rank, if you really want to rank, you need to understand how is your content better than the existing content. You want to build a product, how is your product better than the existing product? So now, whatever, immediately you write something on the internet, something has already picked that word. On your website, on your Facebook or whatever, immediately you drop a content. Person, robot there somewhere, now pack everything, analyze it. So whenever somebody is searching for that stuff, they will also put your own. But if your own does not outrank or outperform the relevancy of what was existing, your content will not rank. So you must keep working harder. So many companies, they have an SEO specialist. Your work is just to sit down and monitor how are we performing on Google. Almost last one, almost 2 persons company called, Alfred, I want to, some, they even want to rank on local SEO, that's Google My Business and every other stuff. So you must equip yourself so that whenever this thing comes, it's easy for you to do it. So content without value is spam. Please, So I was cheating all this one. So content without value is spam. That's spamming me. I did on my own. You carry something where I don't already serve it. I will cost you. So that's it. So make it sing. At whenever now, whenever I talked about SEO with my people, the first thing I tell them, especially SEO, is that you must be able to understand at least a little bit of HTML, not too hard. You must be able to understand a little bit of CSS. I'm not asking you to go and learn coding, please. Because if you don't understand this, you'll still be doing something as if you are from Itumbu. So stop that. So if you take away the content itself, how is the user experience? User experience helps your content to also rank. How do you align this thing? Can you somebody skim through your content in just 2 minutes and the person have a grasp of everything you wrote there? If your content is not easy for somebody to read, just 2 minutes, that means your content is not readable. So what happens? Core Web Vital, page speed, mobile friendliness, safe browsing. If I come to your website to read your content, or let me say, if I follow a link to read a content on your website, and the next thing I see there is unsafe website, I don't come on. I won't, because I'm actually putting myself in danger. So the 50-50% rule, link building. So let's assume Google ignores 50% of your links, the links you brought in. This person is. Now, so what happens? If you link different contents to your website, or you are linking your content to another website, there's tendency that you are actually not linking correctly. Let's say okay, I am talking about SEO on the other website, and you are talking about metrics on this other website, and you are linking metrics. Say you are linking what? Social media management to another content from another website that talks about SEO or metrics. That's bad linking. So you must learn how to actually link your stuff, and you must assume that plenty things you're actually doing it not correctly placed. So irrelevancy, manipulation, if they believe you have engaged in a pattern of linking that violates the webmaster guideline, links are marked, not followed, or possibly sponsored. Plenty of us on the marketing side, we pay people so that they can help us link on the website, which is actually against the Google guideline. Penalized domain. So technical mode. Plenty of us, now let's say 20 tech skill in the 2022. Now what happened? Instead for you to link the 20 tech skill correctly on your title tab, you are linking relevant, let's say, what possibly stuff will I use? How to learn in 2022. But your content is actually talking about 20 tech skill in 2022. That's poor title tab. So it won't help you to rank. So whenever we talked about title tab, you must learn to name this stuff correctly. Your URL must be genuine. You must make it nice. You cannot tell me Okun is a boy.com and I'll come there. It doesn't make sense. Page title, you must name your page title correctly. Images and video. So this is where we talked about, and the meta stuff. This is where we talked about the little stuff of the HTML and whatever. Sometimes you want to post something on stuff, you check the other one, because when you want to post something using a website, two stuff is there, the visual and the text. When you click on the visual, you'll be able also to see the code. I don't code, but you'll be able to see the bracket, backup, this, that. So you'll be able to see how this stuff is being placed on the internet. And that gives you ability to, oh, let me go and edit this, let me go and edit this. So you must learn this small thing. Okay, listen, so what happens here is technical skill. The first one is technical skill. IMG, that's linking your picture to whatever content you're writing. But however, if you want a better ranking. If you want your picture to rank on the internet, what happens? You say, instead of saying technical SK, you say technical skill, out, most trending technical skill in 2022. Just this, it helps your content, your image to also rank. Some persons, if you, okay, you can say technical skill, plenty of us actually don't know how to Google. Sometimes you only need a picture of something. You don't need to just read all the text. What happened? Search for this stuff and click on the image. We have the image, we have the video, we have other stuff. So you can actually click on this one to see which picture was actually ranked recently with that content. So keep it fresh. Links, content, and engagement. Always update your content. You don't post something in 2019 and you still leave it in 2022. There. Go back and edit it to 2022. That's what happened on YouTube. You see India. I love India. God bless them. Oh, there is a course I bought. Let me not talk about it. I cried. So last updated, amount of content updated, significant versus minor. How often content is updated? How often? So at the end, what do I say? There is no amount of job you do on internet that will be better. If you talked about it in 2029 or 2019 and you don't talk about it in 2022, that means you're not consistent. So at the end, what do I say? I say no keyword is better than consistency. Only consistency will give you the relevance you are looking for. So my name is Alfred Lazarus. I am a, thank you.
Please, let's give it up for him. Let's give it up. He did something. He did so well. Sorry, please. I was so excited about the topic that I've started saying what I don't know. So yes, we have a virtual speaker next, but we're going to do something very snappy. Sorry. Okay, first of all, I think I should acknowledge the people that have tweeted. Yes, I hope you're tweeting. So I've seen IO extended, and IO extended Uyo. Okay, so Love Day Sunday, I've seen you. Love Day Sunday, I've seen you. Your text is at Queen Akpan, I've seen you. Savior Godwin, I've seen you. UBE Young, I've seen you. Esther, I've seen you. Victor Ikurekong, I've seen you. Email Bong Edemakpan, I've seen you. So just keep tweeting. Remember there's a prize for someone or the person that tweeted the highest. Thank you so much. So what next? Before, I don't think Sam is ready for us, but so there's I would love us to do something like 2 truths and 1 lie. That's what it's called. And first of all, I'd love to acknowledge the previous speaker. He's my co-host for the Aquarium Tech Ecosystem Twitter space, and he does amazing well. So that's why when you saw him speaking, he put a lot of energy. That's how we roll. So yes, give it up for him one more time. Sorry, just have to do that. So yes, we are going to do 2 truths and 1 lie for him. So first of all, I'll say 3 things and you point out what is the truth and what is the lie. So first of all, Alfred Lazarus is an unofficial Durex condom ambassador. Calm down. Then he's a digital. No. He started his tech career in 2017, and he started as a developer.
This is just from this book. Unless you need to go down.
This is a lie. Let me see it again. He's starting to no, he's an unofficial. Let me understand the right so that you know very well. He's a condom, unofficial condom ambassador. I have never met Alfred. Okay, that then he started his tech career in 2017 and he started as a developer. False. Which one is the lie?
2017. 2017.
Okay, he started as a developer. So you are saying what? What is the first one is the lie? Developer is the lie. You cannot say it. Open your mouth. It's condoms. Nothing. Durance condom. Don't say any. Don't. Please. Developer is the lie. Okay, so yes, he's a very good ambassador, and I think he should go into marketing advocacy if there's something like that. Marketing advocacy. I don't have any business to do Rex. To do Rex, like let them hire him. Is their gain or is their loss? But I feel like he's good at advocacy. So he should also be a design advocate. There's a design advocate, there's a developer advocate, so you can be a marketing advocate. Yes, that's right. So yes, our next speaker is Tobena. Okay. Tobena is a virtual speaker speaking from Germany. And hold on. Okay, so Tobena is a software engineer with 4 years experience building Android apps in the abroad. Yes, so I don't know if they're ready for us. Tobena AZK. Please keep tweeting. I initially thought that was Tobena.
Can I go on?
That's it. Okay, so time is keeping us. So okay, let me tell you the lineup of speakers that we still have. So while we wait time, we have Cynthia Peter, who's going to come speak to us. We have Wisdom in Code. We have
I'm saying, I thought this is you. This is what we are supposed
there's a lot of
to show now.
a lot of cool part
This is you.
information. You
This
experience
back office. This is a back office.
experience of the digital
This is your back
marketing
office. Back office. I mean, is this where you are? Is this the same country that you have here? That you have here? Come and set it up now. Set up the same thing you have here. And
very,
very
relevant and very experience in their field for.
I can't move from here now.
Okay, he can start. Let me make it bigger. All right.
Sam, we are waiting for you.
Yeah,
Baby, come close it long this time. Making all your wishes my time. Don't even care if your love is kind. When I with you, the ride is fine. Baby, take everything this time. Don't even care what the haters say.
As if you're going on.
Hello. I can't hear anything.
Two.
Why would you not focus on so I can really focus on like let me on this? Set.
Hi, Toby. Say something if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You need to bring you up. You have joined from your system now.
Okay.
When it brings you
Is it okay?
These are supposed to be like
Is this something?
these are supposed to be like
Yeah, Toby, just say something if you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Just say hi if you can hear us.
Hi.
no. That light won't work because of the screen.
Yeah, just say hi if you can hear us.
yeah.
Hi. I can hear you.
Pointing directly to the
Oh,
screen.
No, it's supposed to bring it up here. So
I'm not seeing this other side.
so what I'm going to everywhere it's
Can you
reflecting.
see the video at least on my screen?
No, it's not meant to focus on the screen.
Yes.
It's not.
Yes. People need to see.
No, we still need to see people so that we can. That is not
okay.
what
Can you
we
hear us
wanted.
now?
Yeah, I've always been able to hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. I can hear you actually.
Let's go do some icebreakers now. So keeping up with them like this.
Where did you play the sound for the iron stainless steel?
From here, but you know you're not projecting from you.
No. Yeah, Toby, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Because they will not see it's live. Sam, please come and log in. Come and
Yes,
log in.
we can hear you.
Here.
Yeah, I can hear
Hi,
you.
can you
I
hear
don't know
us?
if you can. Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry?
He's frozen.
I'm frozen.
Yes, let me check if the audio is even going now. Sam, speak on unmute your audio, Sam. So
That's
please
what
don't
it you will not make it.
unmute your
Unmute your own.
He's unmuted.
Okay.
Only just that.
Hi, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Sam,
coming in here.
So it's from this plugin.
Yes. No talking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it's wrong. Oh no, you see my lifestyle, I can chase at the top. See many people there outside with the big hands up. Oh no, me and some get different than the jokes of you. I can say she on Netflix and chill. So Jessica, keep on mind. If you fall in love, girl, it's a sin. You know, try rich cause I'm not a bitch. You're catching.
Last time that I checked, before I digress, my girl, you told me that I looked to your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, feel like they ain't changing. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. And you know, nobody doing this, but you got. She says, oh, go, man, God. But nobody come try to find me on the farm. My phone too, like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. She says, oh, go, man, God. But nobody come try to find me on the farm. My phone too, like the strings on my guitar. I don't want to pull no trigger. I just want to what's up, play. I don't want to know why. It's so cold outside, my brother. You gotta be the brother. I just want to be what's up, play. I don't want to know what it's so cold outside.
Can you know I could go to work for this work for you? If I could put on my health in the force, it ain't all for you. Ain't nobody know the cause of my town, you see my shot. Anybody underestimates it in my town, send them on sing, I'm my shot. If you need a fire, I'll be a ladder. If you judge, put me on fire. If you think I'm hot, put me on the water. Take me butter, I don't need the light. Can you see that? Bad man looking good in the arm. Bad man drip to the gun. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick, I know. Bad man looking good in the arm. Bad man drip to the gun. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick, I know. We got a girl on the bed right now. She said she know my name. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit, but I don't cry. Flying to Maldives for a day, then we fly back home. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Maldives.
Mommy girl, I be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart, say what you do to me. Oh no. I be on my business, shawty, but you be on my mind, shawty. Let me pull over my money. Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, I swear I'm regular. I can't do no.
Can you hear me? Um, you can hear me. Toby, can you hear me? Just press the finger. Toby, can you hear or just press the finger up?
Finger up.
Yes, yes, say something. You're about to say. Okay, okay.
Where the problem is. This something connect this.
Hi.
Okay, say it
Hi.
again.
The way we did it before.
Yeah, say it again.
Hi.
Just hi.
Hi.
Wait, laptop. Yeah, it's coming from the laptop.
Something is not coming out.
If you plug this thing. Not on the PC. It's not song. That's
Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Someone on stage. Hello. Hi. 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 Hi.
Okay, 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 okay,
Okay. Yeah, yes, this was just like me. Great. Uh, thanks, was thanks for this. Seriously, I just still get that.
Okay, so let's start from is there any lady that wants to please? Yeah, thank you. I'd like to ask.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
So I met this really amazing person. I think what we have in common is that we both have really adorable names. His name is Love Day, and my name is Fragrance. Isn't that amazing?
I'm ready to the video. Like, what's that? What's that? Oh wow. That's. I need to speak with my parents. No, funny story. I actually wanted to change my name at some point when I was in secondary school. Like when you're in primary six, before you go to second, like JS1, the principal came and said, "Hey, you want to change your name? Come and meet me now." So when you enter school, you have a new name, and I've never liked her. I don't like it, but I never really liked the DJ. I was like, "What's that?" I feel like almost everybody in our primary was named the DJ. Anyway, so I went to the principal. I'm like, "Hey, sir, I want to change my name to Friska." Right? And then so the man told me that I need to go and take permission from my father, and my father write the letter. And that's when I knew that wasn't possible. Like, how do I want to start studying? I want to change my name. But my story was, I really don't understand this, Mike. Anyway, few years after, there is this book that contains
Like it is too much. Like
Okay, and that was
because
also
from
your
here,
child's life, so is that not happening?
from my view here, I see before because of the lighting, I was down there before. So,
All right. Okay, finally. So what is developer relations? I think okay. This talk is definitely going to go longer than I expected because of all of this. So I'll try to make it as fast as possible. So has anybody ever heard of like these two terms, developer relations and developer advocate? Like, is there anybody like have you ever been confused by what it means? Like, is developer relations the same thing as developer advocate or developer advocate same thing as developer relations? Do we have anybody like that here? Can you please raise up your hand? What's this? Like this? Okay, cool. All right, so developer relations is does not equals developer advocate. If you're software engineer, you know what that sign stands for. So I'm going to try to explain it, right? So imagine if I came here and I talked about how you can kickstart a career in software engineering, yeah? And you went back home, you did every single thing I said, and when you come back, right, I'm like, and I'll ask you, hey, what do you now classify yourself as? Would you classify yourself as a software engineering or a software engineer? Does that you get it right? I spoke to you about how to kickstart a career in software engineering, but it doesn't mean that I'll be like, hey, my guy, what do you do? I'm a software engineering. It doesn't make sense. You'd say you're a software engineer. So that's very similar to developer relations. So developer relations is like the broad word that covers different fields under different fields like, let's say, being a developer advocate. Sometimes you'd even have technical writers that work in the developer relations team. You'd have like software engineers or developer experience engineers as well. So developer relations is like that broad word. So think of it as software engineering and developer relations. You become a software engineer when you learn the skill of software engineering. And then under developer relations, you become a developer advocate if you want to kickstart a career in developer relations. So for instance, I am a developer advocate in the developer relations team at Ambassador Lab. Okay, so pretty much what I said earlier, like people are confused by the meaning of developer relations and developer advocacy. But what you just need to understand is you being a developer advocate is you working in the field of developer relations. It can be other subfields inside a particular field. Okay, so now that you understand that, right, let's try to understand what the role of a developer advocate is. So like I mentioned, even though this talk is kickstarting a career in developer relations, the end goal is for you to become a developer advocate, right? And then of course you want to understand what it means to actually be a developer advocate. So I'm going to quickly explain that here. So it's very important to note that developer advocacy is something that has been defined by different people in different ways. And the reason why that happens is because, let's say for instance, the way I worked as a developer advocate at Hashnode, a previous company, is a lot different from what I do right now at Ambassador Labs. And every company has like different things you're trying to achieve, different unique things. So your role as a developer advocate kind of switches significantly or in some way when you switch companies. All right, so let's break it down. I like to think of developer advocacy as two things: you sharing knowledge and also you being active in the community. It always revolves around those two things, no matter how I define it or how Sikat defines it or how anybody defines it. It always revolves around a person sharing knowledge and a person also being active in the community or trying to help the community. So the first thing here is the role of a developer advocate is creating awareness about the company's product in the community, right? And this could be through things like creating blog posts, working on videos on YouTube, posting on social media, and then also hosting workshops, right? So your goal here is to teach people about your company's products. And you can do that in different ways. You can decide to write an article or maybe collaborate with Cynthia to create an article around one of my company's products, or I could decide to do a YouTube video, or I could just like create some content and push it on Twitter, like a thread or something. But the sole purpose of this is to create awareness or help you understand my company's product. Okay. All right. So the second thing is a developer advocate pretty much ensures that existing and potential users have a smooth experience when using your company's product, right? So like I mentioned, the first thing is you creating awareness, right? You're trying to bring people into that product, letting them understand how it works or how it can be used. And then the second one is, fine, now that they are here, how do you help them become better? How do you help them have a smooth experience, right? It's like someone using Flutter, for instance, or using Java to create some stuff, right? There are different developer advocates in those companies who create content to help you understand it better. So that's why when you do like a Google search, you can see something useful about the technology you want to learn. Those are like some of the roles of a developer advocate: hosting demos, having one-on-one conversations with the community members, and then also using the products by yourself to understand how that product works and how you can improve it to make it better for people. And then one is serving as a middleman between your community and the company. So as a developer advocate, your goal is always trying to understand what your community is facing. Are they having like a good experience? Are they struggling with a certain thing? Do they prefer another product to yours, right? Understanding and communicating with the engineering team or the product team, for instance, to let them know how they can improve that tool or how they can make it better for other people. So that's pretty much, okay. So in summary, you'd say an advocate is someone who is concerned with sharing knowledge and then trying to help people in the community to understand something. Like, this is very hot. Someone have a tissue or something. Yeah. Thank you. right. Sorry, this slide stuff is just chaotic. So you think of a developer advocate as that person. So quick step back. Is there anybody here that does not still understand what a developer advocate is? Or do you need to explain further? So I've said that developer relations is the broad field, like software engineering, and a developer advocate is one of those roles that falls under developer relations. And the role of a developer advocate is many things. You wear many hats. One of them involves creating content, right? And those content could either revolve around trying to teach people about your product or just like sharing knowledge in general. Then the other one is serving as a middleman between your company and the developer community. That's like understanding what's wrong, how can you help people become better, and a couple of other stuff. So how can you kickstart a career in developer relations? We're going to break it down into 4 simple steps. Of course, if you broke down the steps into we can actually break it down into further steps, like make it, let's say, 10 lists or, okay. So I'll just use this. So make it like 10 lists, but then I break it down into 4. And then what I'll do is explain each of these things, figure out how it works. So the first one is, first one is getting a technical skill or having that technical knowledge. There is this misconception that developer advocates don't know how to code. Has anybody ever heard that? Or is there anybody that thinks that way actually? That should be a better question. Don't be shy, tell us your true self. Anybody that thinks that way? Don't say yes, like let me know. Okay. All right. So we do have people who think that developer advocates don't need to understand how to code or are people who are not technical, but that's absolutely not true. So let's take a quick, let me ask you a quick question. Okay. So have you ever had a conversation with someone about tech? Can you carry up your hand? Have you ever spoken to someone about tech? And by tech, I don't mean saying, hey, I want to get into tech, like actual technical stuff. People don't talk about tech. Almost everybody knows. Can you just carry up your hand if you've ever spoken to someone about tech? So all of you here that have not spoken, what's the happen? Levels there. Not be like. All right. So when you have conversations with with that person, right? And you can always go back to that person, ask them questions, chat about certain stuff, etc. And then the expenses paid. Like I recently came back from Spain and Paris, and I did not have to pay one single naira. A company paid for every single thing. So it's like it's tougher for a Nigerian because there's like visa issues. But imagine if you have like Europe visa, for instance, my guy. Anywhere you want to get event, you want to go and speak at certain things, and you don't have to pay for anything like your flights, your hotel, what you're eating, the trips that you like, the car, like Uber. You don't have to use train, you don't have to use public transport. Use whatever you want to use, right? And your company is going to pay for it for you. And then the final one is that you get to build the brand for yourself in the process. So fine, you're talking about your company's product, talking about technology, talking about technical writing, whatever the thing is. And then you get to leave that company at some point. But even if you do that, you don't like the brand doesn't go away from you. Like I don't talk about technical writing a lot, but then there's also so many people who reach out to me for technical writing. There are people who have read my articles about Google season of Docs and got into it because of that. And then there's also like so many opportunities that come with it, right? So for instance, like the last two jobs that I've been at, in fact, every single job that I've found, like I'm known in the ecosystem, someone who is knowledgeable about something, right? That's that technical writing girl, that's that React, or that's that Kubernetes girl, right? So even if in the company, amazing people, you still have certain relationships with them. And if you ever travel into their country, of being a developer advocate. So this is a tweet I met maybe last month, I don't know. Okay, April. You get the code, you get to write, speak, you get to meet fantastic people in the tech ecosystem. And like I mentioned, it's not like software engineering where you have to code every single day. Today you can be focused on coding. Tomorrow you can be focused on writing. And next tomorrow you can be focused on creating videos, right? But you realize at the end of the day, you are not just someone who knows how to speak, how to write, and someone who now has relationships with different people across, like LinkedIn. Oh, hey, you go to someone because you role that helped you build relationships with different people. Okay. So conclusion, developer relations field is extremely hot, looking for a developer marketing. You need a developer for your product. Or because this you're not company, but you're now known as the person who, let's say, company. And like interestingly, before I joined Hashnode, right? People now know me. When I leave Hashnode, they stop knowing. They still know you, so you now carry all of those benefits, those contacts, every single thing, and go to the next company, which is Ambassador Labs, for instance. I mean, Ambassador transition from technical writing to DevOps, right? And then this has like created an opportunity to now know people in the DevOps space as well. To now, like, let's say, speak at KubeCon, which is the biggest Kubernetes conference. So it's like, who would have thought that would have happened, right? Who would have thought that I'll be able to speak at KubeCon. It's just a no offense, but it's a normal software engineer. It's absolutely possible, by the way. There's some software engineers who speak and like do awesome things. But I want to let you know that being a developer advocate comes with so many benefits here, like working with fantastic companies across the world, being able to flown to different countries. Just find the event you want to speak, get accepted, say hi, I want to speak at this event, and they'll pay everything. I'm not joking. They'll pay everything. And then it's like even the resources you use to like create content, from like your microphone, your camera, like is it green light you want? Is it green screen you want? What do you want? Just tell your company and they're going to do that for you, because they know that you're very, very valuable in the ecosystem and you're helping the company. You're helping the company to grow. So I think it's an absolute awesome field. And like I mentioned, there are not a lot of people in the field. I had a slide where I showed you some developer advocates in Nigeria. All of them, but I don't think they're like more, like you can find maybe 20 more. There are really not a lot of developer advocates. And the ones who are here are already working for companies across the world. So I think it's great. And if you're someone who is already writing technical articles, sharing knowledge, just continue doing it. If you're not that person, trust me, just go ahead and start. You may feel like you don't really know enough, or nobody's going to listen to you. But always remember that there's someone out there who you know something more than right. And the information you share would be beneficial to that person. And after some time, would be beneficial to you, because people now know it to be that. People reach out to you, speak them to. All right. That's the end of my slide. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions,
I think that should be harder. But enjoyed her session. Like, it was super amazing. Yeah. I know there are more people, but pride not allowed. That was super, super amazing. So thank you very much, Didi Code. So I think before I go into next thing, I would love to tell us a story. So I think how I met Didi Code, or how I got in contact, not like I met, how I got in contact with Didi Code. Oh, I was always like Didi Code, because she was talking a lot about technical writing, and I love technical writing. Oh, and I love writing in general. So technical writing is one of them. And I was like, I love Didi Code and all. And then I don't know how obsessed I was. I'm sorry to say that word, but I dreamt about Didi Code being my mentor. And I went on Twitter and I was like, I dreamt about Didi Code being my mentor. I was like, enter my DM. And that was how we got connected. So connections are actually very, very necessary. And apart from having dreams, don't have dreams like me, or don't have fake dreams. Conferences like this, events like this is a very, very easy way to network. So you don't know who you would need in future. You don't know who you would, if you have a contact with someone, you don't know if the person will blow, if the person would leave Nigeria, and you'll now be like, okay, I know this person. So that's basically it. Yeah, so the next speaker is Tobina. On Twitter, somebody said, Gloria, bring up Tobina, the fine guy
small supports for certain
This is especially important if you want to because now you don't have to longer have the phones in your and yeah. So if you ever
Okay, okay. Yeah, so thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. So we have our next speaker. Okay, yeah, she's ready for us. So let me see if Never will allow me. Sorry, okay, so Cynthia Peter is the developer advocate at the Art Sign Company, and she's going to be speaking to us on technical writing. I can't remember exactly what her topic is, was around technical writing. So if you're a lover of technical writing, You want to venture into tech?
Hello. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. So, most of the time, people attend events like this to speak, and a good number of them are experts. A good number of them are very good at it, like they're killing it. And then there's me, an imposter that is trying to figure her way out around here. So today, I'll be talking about technical writing, right? But the plan is not to give you an expert advice on technical writing or anything. The plan is to just share my story, talk about my journey, and maybe in the middle of it all, give you a couple of tips and things that worked for me. And maybe if you're able to apply it for yourself, it could work too. Yep, baby. I'm telling you next slide. Okay, so the initial topic was technical writing. Fine woman. Okay, the initial topic was supposed to be technical writing, skills, tools, my journey, and all of that. And then I tweeted about it, and I was like, "Hey guys, I'll be speaking at an event, and what would you like to hear me talk about?" And someone said, "Technical writing, your journey, the good, the bad, the ugly." I'm like, "See movie title, right?" So today I'll try to first of all thank the organizers of this event. Trust me, with this chaos that's going on, you think the organizers are not serious or you don't know what they are doing. It's a lie. If you plan an event and it goes successfully in this Nigeria and nothing failed, something is wrong. So the actual fact that it is not working, it's not going as planned, is the exact reason why you should be happy. Because it could be bomb, it could be anything, you know. So thank you very much to all the team members that are planning this and making sure that everything is working and going as planned. It's been amazing so far, aside the technical issues. But anyhow, we always already down. That's what we do. Okay, a little about myself. Next slide. I am Cynthia Peter. That's my name on Twitter also. I work as a developer advocate with ArtSign, formerly known as the Art Company, a privacy-focused company based in the US. Next slide, please. So today we'll be talking about technical writing. What is technical writing? Who is a technical writer? Skills I have gained as a technical writer. And we'll move forward to the story. Next slide. What is technical writing? So if you read 100 blog posts, watch 300 videos, you would realize that all these blog posts are going to give you different definitions of what technical writing is. But one of the ways I like to define technical writing, so it doesn't look so complicated, is I like to say technical writing is a style of writing that involves explaining a concept or process in a simple way for a person or an audience to understand. So what this simply means is this. In the field of technical writing, there is more to it than just tech. There is more to technical writing than writing React tutorials. There is more to it than writing Flutter tutorials. There's more to it than writing Jet Compose tutorials, right? So, but why it's very particular to us is because when we say technical writing in our field, it's about explaining concepts. You have a topic, you have an idea, you have something you would like to express, something you'd like to share, something you'd like to educate people about. You write about it. That is it. Now, why technical writing is different from other kinds of writing is technical writing has to be technical. So that's why most of the time when people go around and make a thread on Twitter and they say,
no coding skills to learn in 2021. And then they put technical writing. I'm like, nice, wow. So this plot I'm running here, I'm a joke to you people, right? Because as a technical writer, you actually need to understand how a code works. You may not write code every day like a software engineer, and you may not write code to be as perfect the way a software engineer will write it for probably production, so you don't break the world or scatter something, right? But you need to have basic idea of how things work technically in that field to be able to write about it, right? So you can't just wake up and say, yeah, I'm a technical writer. And I'm like, okay, so what technical skill do you have? And you're like, nah, it doesn't work. So for you to be a technical writer, you have to prepare your mind, your body, and your soul that you actually need to have technical skill. Now, technical skill doesn't have to mean writing code per se. You can be a technical writer and focus on design. You can be a technical writer and focus on, there are 1 million aspects of tech, right? There's cloud, there's web dev, there's mobile dev. And in all these fields, engineering fields, there's front end, there's back end. So you can choose one of them and say, okay, this is what I want to learn. And you get started there, right? Next slide, please. So who is a technical writer? A technical writer is someone that does technical writing, like plainly. Now, a technical writer, I like to define is someone that takes technical concepts, processes, and breaks it down for an audience to either guide them through a process or inform them about a concept. So let's go personal. Skills I have gained as a technical writer. I've learned to learn fast. I've learned to ask questions. If we have, just like Didi mentioned, if we have 20 developer advocates in Nigeria, I think I've reached out to maybe 10 of them to ask them how to figure what I am doing out in my own career. Because over time, one of the things you learn as a technical writer is you can never know it all. You don't know enough. You have to keep learning. Like, as a technical writer, you wake up today and maybe, for example, myself as an example, when I started writing technical writing, it was Flutter that was doing it for me. And then I joined a company that was still writing Flutter, but more focused now on cryptography, security, privacy. Come out, see me watching tutorials. And recently we just pivoted into IoT. And I have to learn about IoT because if I don't learn about IoT, how am I supposed to tell developers in my community, hey, oh yeah, use our platform. You can use it to build IoT device, and they're like, okay, how do I get started? If I don't understand technology, I won't be able to tell them, okay, this is how you can get started, at least, or be able to answer basic questions, right? So as a technical writer, you are always learning. It's very similar to developer advocacy, and I don't know how, but the roles, the skills, and the experience kind of always looks the same. Then networking. Yes, as a technical writer, you have the opportunity to join lots of communities, right? A few weeks ago, I was on Write the Docs channel, and I had a question to ask, and I just jumped in the channel like, oh, my guys, you don't ready. Please, I need to get this done. This is what I need to get done. This is the task I have, and I need to figure it out. I need help. 10 different, like, I can't even count the number of people. They were like, hey, Cynthia, yeah, sure. When would I have to hop on the call? I'm like, okay, this is how it used to go. So if I ask for money now, probably, But yeah, I've not asked for money yet, but I'm looking for a way to. But the opportunity I get from being able to network and connect with people has been massive. So those are one of the things you could gain. You'll be able to develop documents. You'll be able to maintain documents. And when I say documents, I mean documentation. And when people say technical writers, the first thing that comes to people's mind is blog posts. I mean, it's the first thing, right? Till you get to join a company and then you have API documentation to do, and you have internal documentation to do, And you're now at the point where you're supposed to decide the tool that will be used to work on this documentation. So most of the time when we say technical writing, everybody goes blog posts. Yeah, I wrote 10 blog posts. I'm killing it. Then you join the company and then it's a problem, it's a challenge. Now, one of the ways you can actually grow your skills as a technical writer is looking for open source projects, right? If you look for an open source project, the most amazing thing about open source project is this. It is just this very mad idea that just needs one or two people to nurture it. But because it's open source and maybe money is not coming out of it yet, most people run away from it. Why are you not looking for those projects? That is where you should start from. Because in a project like that, you have the opportunity to air your views and it will be listened to. You have the opportunity to say, hey guys, I redesigned this project. I think it can be finer. And this is what I have. And people will be like, oh, wow, this is amazing. And you get to go ahead to do it. And at the end of the day, you have a project that actually works. It's the same with technical writing, right? You can go ahead and say, hey, hello people. So I like this project. And I was thinking maybe if I could document the process or be able to write a document that tells people how to contribute to this project, maybe it could help. Those are ways you can actually improve your chances of being a technical writer. Because I must say, the market hot, and most of the companies that are trying to hire, they are looking for people that are good, people that know their stuff. And the most you can do as an individual technical writer is write a blog post. You cannot do API documentation on your blog. You cannot do most of the internal documentation on your blog. So what are the ways you can do this? You can actually reach out to open source projects, reach out to people that are building amazing ideas and offer to work for them. And yes, I know the whole concept of, yeah, I don't want to work for free. My dear, it's a lie. All of us, one by one, you see all those people that you saw on that screen, all of them at a point in their life, they worked for free. They worked for peanuts. Yesterday, a friend of mine, Jamie, posted on his status and he said, what has your salary income, what has your income been since you joined tech till now? And you see some people post 10K and now they're like 2 point something million. I'm like, ooh, I need that guy's number, right? But that's how it is. People start from not earning anything. I was telling someone a few weeks ago when I was interviewing with her, and I told her, I remember earning 11K per month for a project. And I was not doing technical writing. I was developing, I was writing code. I was writing Flutter code. At the end of the month, they counted 11K and gave me. It's 11,450. Naira, what do you worry now? Which one is dollar? Which dollar? Dollar, me and you buy here. Come on. Naira. But, oh well, here we are. People are not happy. Please, think I give them food. Okay, yeah, so you get a technical skill. So it's not just one, it's actually supposed to be technical skills because I currently, beginning of this year, I didn't know so much about privacy. I didn't know so much about IoT, but the fact that I have to update my company's developer documentation, the fact that I have to participate in community events and all of that has put me in a place where I have to learn these things to be able to write about them. And that has made me more knowledgeable about my field and even things I don't even know about, right? Okay. Well, the journey so far, the ugly. Yeah, you can't be broke and be ugly, but sometimes you can be two. If you watch from those slides they shared, like most of them are doubling down on two of them. There you get. So, but moving on, as when I started, it was scary because my going into technical writing happened like a joke. I was a developer and I was doing pretty fine, and I joined this company doing pretty good, and my contract ended, and then I was jobless again, and it was like 6 months of joblessness. In that time, no matter what you are earning, 6 months of no income, it's crazy. But I decided I wanted to get into technical writing full time, and I started writing. I got serious with my writing on educative.io because at that time I didn't even have a personal blog. I started looking out for open source communities I could contribute to. And that was when I found Open Library and I helped them work on a couple of things for them, right? So there's a lot that is going to happen. This is kind of particular to every aspect of tech, right? Technical writing, development, design, any part you think of, all those things on the screen, it will happen. SAPA will show up from nowhere. You feel you're okay, you're fine, and then you just wake up one day, you don't even have money for data. It's ugly, it's really, really scary. But one of the things that could keep you going is knowing the fact that eventually it pays off. That's one thing that is like, it's permanent. Eventually, even the ones that say they've been writing code for 10 years and then they now got a job, or you see the ones that tell you that they've applied for 700 jobs and 700 rejections before they got that one job that changed their lives. There are lots of stories like that. People go for years doing this thing and eventually it works out. So in the midst of the SAPA, the drama, the not feeling like you're good enough, I mean, even now, I still struggle with, are you sure you're good at this thing? So just keep at it. Next slide, please. Another thing that is very particular to when you start is focus. You have to be able to put yourself in a place where you wake up in the morning and you decide to choose yourself. The second you start looking at OKK, Okafor, Didi, you look at you look at Sikak, you don't compare your growth to these people's growth. Even if you started the same year, even if you started the same day, everybody's journey is different. And one thing social media does is it puts you in a place where you feel like you're not doing anything or you'll be useless forever. I've been there, so I know. I'm talking from experience. I know these things, like, that's happened. And then I look at someone and I'm like, see, did it in Paris. See, my own developer advocacy is different. But then I forget the fact that Oscar Fest, I was in Oscar Fest and my company sponsored it. I have another event to attend and my company sponsored it. I mean, you start small, right? Like local travel, sure you get, now I'm in Uyo, even if it's just from my house to here. But we are doing it. So whatever the journey is, try to focus on yourself. And I like this quote. It says, when you focus on you, you grow. When you focus on shit, shit grows. So remove shit and fix anything there. Anything at all. When you focus on yourself, you just go. But then the second you focus on money, shoes, like some of you that are eyeing these shoes, it's not possible. Focus. It's IO extended we came here for. So focus on the things you know that are important to your growth. Those are the things you should focus on. Every other thing, just free them. I mean, once in a while you can look by the side, but focus. The bad. I don't always apply for jobs, but when I do, I get rejected. It's not a joke. I actually wanted to count the number of unfortunately I have in my email, but I was too lazy to do it. But this email just came in 3 days ago. So the fact I'm talking to you as a technical writer here doesn't mean every company has accepted me. They lie. This one came in 3 days ago. If you check the dates, that's why I even kept the dates so that you could see it. I get rejections too, right? And when I was applying for this job, I was telling my partner, if I don't get this job, man, waiting cost some. No matter what they'll call me, then I'll be able to tell them, nah, I'm not interested, I was just playing around. They lie, they all knock me. Unfortunately, we've decided to. I said, thank you very much. We move, right? So I feel before I got to this point where I just move, there were days where I would cry actually when I get a rejection mail. But I've gotten to the point that I'm like, fuck it. We die here. Tomorrow, if I see another job, I go for it. That's it. Now they are lost. So going forward, I'm still here, still winging it. Even though, regardless, upon still, we are here. We're not going nowhere. We're going nowhere. So the good, I'm super happy. I mean, I still feel that thingy feeling of not feeling so great, feeling sad and all of that. But above all, I am in a happy place, right? I love my job. I love the things I do. I love that I wake up every day and I am actually tense because I don't know what my team lead will come and tell me to do next, right? I've been able to speak at events. I have been able to build communities. I connect with people beyond borders. I have people I can call at any time, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up? Can I get your opinion on this?" And they're like, "Sure, why not?" And this person is in the US or in Canada or in Germany, anywhere, any part of the world, right? That's what this kind of connection. That's what it gives you. But then, for you to build this relationship, you have to be intentional about it. You can't sit in your room, or you can't come on Twitter and your focus is dragging anybody you see. There's a trend. They are dragging I am. Remove. Yes, especially I am. Yes. And you move on to drag I am. And then there's another drag on someone else. You move on to that. Be able to focus. If anybody pays attention to my social media, I don't have time for drags. Whatever is happening, if it's tech trend, whatever trend, I don't care. I just keep moving. I won't even retweet it. I won't like, I don't want negative energy. One thing I do is I try to go on Twitter and I try to look for people that are in the field doing what I do at the same time. So when I log onto my social media, the only kind of things I'm seeing are things I am interested in. So you won't come on my feed now and see something very weird. I can comfortably open my feed and I'm fine. Because I know that everything I'm seeing, if it's not DevRel, you'll be seeing avocados flying everywhere. Avocados everywhere. Avocados, then technical writers. That's my domain. And I try to build my network around these people. So even the day I say, hey guys, I need help on this, those people are seeing what I'm talking about. They know what I need and they offer the help I need immediately. Come on, my time is up, Sha. How can you be a technical writer? Learn about what technical writing is, which you've done here. Congratulations. Choose a platform and start writing. There are lots of platforms. There's Hashnode, there's there's you can build your personal blog on WordPress. There's Webflow. There's a whole lot of them. Find a platform and start writing. So as you're learning, you're writing. And one thing you don't know about learning and writing at the same time is you're actually building your portfolio. And if there's one thing I've learned is if you want to get better at anything, you have to do that thing consistently. That's the only way you improve. You can't keep writing one article for a whole year expecting it to improve. One thing you can do is write an article today, write an article next week, write an article next month, and you'll notice that in 3 months, your writing has improved drastically. That's how it works. I mentored a couple of people like a few weeks ago, we just finished. And the first day I reviewed the article, it was disastrous. You see long text, paragraphs, like, why do you have 40 lines of text for someone to read? Break it down. And after the 1 month, the last article I reviewed, I was impressed. Nobody had long blocks of text. Everybody was just like 4 lines and they were subtitling perfectly. They were doing everything. They were using images. They were using alt text. I was like, I'm not a small person again. Or like, I mean, I did this. But then at the end of the day, these people gave me rejection mail. Oh God, you know better. So yeah, share your work, get feedback, improve, and loop. The same thing. It doesn't end. You have to keep learning. Once in a while, I hit up Didi, I hit up anybody I can hit up. I'm like, Omosi, I need help. It's not working. And they give that help. They give feedback. Learn ways to improve your work, network, collaborate, join communities, or you can build one. So one thing that happened to me when I started was I always would want to reach out to these big people that are doing well already and I was looking up to. But then I realized on the long run, these people have lives to live. They have responsibilities. As you see them big like that, that's how big the tax is. I was talking to my mom a few days ago and I told her I've been on my screen since 2 p.m. and I've not even had the opportunity to stand up. 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. and she was screaming. That it was not bad like this. So I said, but the money is, and she laughed. Right? So that's the difference. The higher you go, the more responsibilities, right? So if you are not able to join these people at the top, build your own, right? I did that last year, towards the end of last year, what I did was I reached out to a couple of technical writers I liked and I knew were at my level. And I told them, hey guys, so most of the time I'm frustrated about what I'm doing. And I would like to have a support group. People I can just say, hey guys, I'm having this issue. And they can tell me, yeah, sure, I'm having this issue too. Or they will offer help, right? And I built this group and we're just 15 on the group. And when I built the group, all of us were struggling with one thing or the other. But now it's not, it's different. Now when we're talking, it's money talks. They're like, yeah, so how far now? Should we plan a trip to? I'm like, no, my money never reach. You're earning more. You are in Netherlands. I cannot relate. In between, is in the last 6 months, some have moved abroad, some are still in Nigeria, but they're all doing well. So when you look around and you feel like these big people are not paying attention to you, they are not answering your questions, one of the things you can do is build within your community, build at your level. Okay, find someone you like and mirror their story. So find someone you feel like this person's journey inspires you and try to live very similar to this person's life, right? So for some people, it's maybe you're interested in dev advocacy and you know that for now you're still a developer and then now you're considering technical writing and then in the future you would like to go into DevRel. Look at Didi, look at Unico Dev. What are they doing? How did they get from here to here? Most of these people, they even share their stories. They write blog posts. They go on video calls. They go on podcasts. Follow them up. If I tell you the number of people I've read their articles 1 million times, listen to their podcast just to get inspiration and be reminded that I got this. You won't believe it. Didi is one of them, Shabo. He doesn't know. But that's the truth. You have to find people that are on similar journey and be able to tailor your growth or tailor your journey to be very similar. And in that way, it's very easy because you know what this person did, you know the skills this person acquired, you know the kind of things this person did to get to where they are. So it's easier. Next slide. How can you increase your chances of getting hired? Build a resume, learn some skills, find open source projects, contribute, show your work, find jobs and apply. This is like one of my best quotes. I mean, it came out from a K-drama, but I like it. If you've watched City Hunter, who has watched City Hunter here? Yes, if you watch City Hunter, you know these quotes. Don't be scared of the shadows. It means there's a light nearby. So what this quote, I don't say it very often, and I don't use it very often, but it stays at the back of my mind because this place may be very, very dark, but the second you see a shadow, that means there's light. There's light somewhere. We may not know where, but there's light. So, yeah. Next slide. Yeah, I know, right? So I'm not just a tech advocate. I'm I'm not campaigning. Just get your PVC. So, yeah. Next slide. Wow. Thank you very much. So the scan me there is I curated a list of resources that anyone that wants to start in technical writing can scan. So you can use your phone, your camera, just place it on it, and you can just snap, just take a picture of it and you can scan it later if there is no network. But I thought of different ways. Typing in the link and all of that could be hard. I created a GitHub repo with lots of technical writing resources, lots of it. So I am hoping that these resources would help you and guide you through your journey of being a technical writer, right? So I hope I have been able to convince you and not confuse you. God, I did great. Smart child. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can ask after now. Gracias.
If you do not feel that talk, if you do not feel that talk, don't clap. If you do not feel that talk, don't clap. Rema, this technical writing Rema, like I so enjoyed it. And you know one thing about it, it has to do with me. I think the two sessions that really resonate with me is the developer relation or developer advocate session and the technical writing session. I believe you also had your part or your session that really you felt like, okay, this is for me. So yes, let's give it up for her again. It's not easy. So yes, we'll be having the next speaker. Sorry, we'll soon go. Please, we are so sorry. We'll soon go. But to compensate you, now this is just to compensate you and not to tell you bye bye. Please, anybody that says she wants to go, anybody that comes past this, I'll block you. You come and face me. But please, let's not go. We are going to be sharing food. The food is going to go around soon, in a minute or so. So what will happen is when the food goes around, um, while you're drinking, put the drink in the drink holder beside you so that it doesn't spill. And you know this place is very expensive. You alone cannot rent this place. But just put it in the drink holder and then so that it doesn't spill, and be very careful. Then when you're done drinking, when you're done eating, just put it back in the nylon, tie it and put it under your chair. We are trying to ensure that this place is still as clean as possible. And the very beautiful thing is that we are all professionals, so we got to act like professionals. So thank you very much. We have our next speaker, that is Evan Evan Paul Trump, something like that. I hope he's not hearing me. And network is bad. Um, Sam, ACM, are you ready for us? Okay. This is the third time I'm bringing this game, but let's try it again. We've not played it, but since we are not here, the food is soon going to come, so just don't panic. But please, let's not go. And don't say I'm waiting for the food, and once the food is ready, or once I finish eating, I'll go. Please. We have very, very concise, very, very valuable sessions that you don't want to miss. So please do not go. So okay. Um, I like I don't know people. Okay. your
So another advantage is no scaling management required, right? You don't really need to think much about scaling your product, scaling your system. Everything is being handled by you um, using based on the cloud services that you are using, be it Google, AWS, or whatever, and easy deployment. So whenever I'm writing like my cloud functions, I just have one single command for adding my cloud functions, deploy my cloud functions on the cloud with just one single command. But initially, when I was working on server applications, I have to log into the server, put the codes down, try as much as possible to make sure that Nginx is running, and then all those tedious work. But when you are working with cloud functions, you just run a single line of code, and then everything worked fine for you. So we are going to be talking more about setting up cloud functions using Node.js and TypeScript. Next slide. So to get started, before you like do anything, you need to make sure you have like Node.js installed on your machine. So one issue with Firebase CLI right now is you need a specific version of Node.js to run on your system first. So that's why I would like strictly recommend you use NVM. NVM is basically Node version manager where you get to install a certain version of Node.js, right? And then you can actually switch to any Node.js version of your choice. So let's take, for instance, I'm working for this company, right? Which their project is actually running on Node 8, and then I want to write my cloud functions. Currently, cloud functions, for you to use Firebase, you need to have at least Node 14 installed on your local machine. So if I upgrade my PC, if I upgrade my local machine to to Node 14, I'm going to destroy most of the configurations on my other projects. So that's why I would recommend you use NVM, which is Node Version Manager. At that point, you can actually switch to any version of Node.js that you would love to use. And then the next thing, for you to work with Firebase Cloud Functions, you need to install Firebase Tools, which is more like the CLI service for Firebase. So I would recommend you actually install this globally. The -G flag there actually installs it globally on your local machine. So next slide. So next up, you can move to your Firebase console, where I think it's console.firebase.app. Yeah. So when you move to your console, the first thing you're going to see is create a project. So you can click on the add a new project. You can click on the card so that you can add a new project. And then next, you'll be given a choice to select, to actually choose a project name and then also select the project ID. So for mine, I actually used extended IO since I actually used extended IO as the name of my project. And then since the ID is unique, is actually a unique identifier for my project, I'll pick a different ID entirely. So what happens is whenever you are creating a new Firebase project, you have to like give it a unique ID because it's actually the unique ID that it's using to know what project you're actually running. Next slide. Okay, so after you have successfully created your projects, you should see a project overview page like this. So once you see this, so congratulations, you have successfully created your project. Next slide. So the next thing is you have to look for a way to bring in your Firebase configurations into your terminal by logging into your Firebase console using the Firebase login command. So at this point, you'll be redirected to an authenticated page where you get to put your login details, and then Google is going to enforce the authentication and ensure that you're actually the one trying to log in. So after you have actually brought in Firebase into your system, you have logged in into Firebase. Now Google knows that the console actually belongs to you. The next thing you're actually going to do is setting up your Firebase functions. So next slide. So if you actually type Firebase init functions, it's going to come up with a prompt where you get to like um, you get to come up with a prompt where it's going to ask you for some configurations for your project. So since you have actually created it on your console, there's no need for you to now create a new project from your terminal. So all you have to do is you select an existing project. Now the existing project is the project you created on your console, right? And then choose the project that you created on your Firebase. So when you are actually asked to which language you are going to be using, you can select TypeScript. So for me, I'm actually a very, very big fan of TypeScript. That's why I use like TypeScript on my project. But you can still use vanilla JavaScript if you feel that works for you. Okay, so after installation, you're going to get a folder structure like this. So the folder structure is like basically simple. It's very, very simple. We have like a folder, a functions directory where we have our index file, we have our git ignore to ignore some files if we have like any file that we want to ignore from Git. We have package.log file, which keeps track of the versions of our dependencies, our package.json file, our Firebase RC. They are like very, very basic stuff. And sorry, I forgot to mention, before, I actually believe that everybody here understands how JavaScript works, how Node.js works, and stuff like that. Okay, so that's why it's extended that you have to be a developer too. So basic stuff. So for you to start writing your functions, right? Now we have brought in Firebase into our system. We have configured Firebase. The next thing we have to do is setting up our service account. So in order to access Firebase Firestore is more like a cloud database service where you get to store piece of information, right? So for you to have access to this piece of data, you have to bring in the Firebase Firestore tool and also the admin tools into our app. And to do this, it's pretty simple. So remember that our overview page. On our overview page, sorry, next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, so remember our overview page where we got the confirmation that we successfully created our account. We are going to click on the code icon. So people call it the settings icon, right? That's a settings icon there. And then you navigate to service accounts. So when you navigate to that service account, you are going to get a prompt to select all the languages, any language of your choice. So I'm more like a JavaScript developer. So obviously I'm going to go for Node.js. So next slide. So you get a page like this where you get to select if you want Node.js, you need Java, you have Python, you have Golang, and from recent research that I made, I heard they are trying to add C++ as part of the configurations. No, PHP. If you are still writing PHP. If you are still writing PHP, I don't know. So as you can see, Google doesn't really support PHP at this point. Maybe they are too old. So for now, Firebase supports Node.js, Java, Python, Golang, and in the next future, I guess 3 months from now, they should be supporting C++. So next, you click on the generate new private key. So now, your private key is basically what you'll be using for your project configuration. That's how Firebase is going to know that, see, this is the person trying to access my account. This is what I'm trying to do. Give me all the necessary permissions that I need. Okay, so clicking on the generate private key button will download a JSON file. That particular JSON file contains piece of information, right? Very, very like crucial information that if you give it to someone else, you would most likely get hacked. So what is always advised is if you open your package.json file, you're always advised to take out your private key, store it in an environment variable, carry that environment variable, add it in your package git ignore file. So that when you are sending it to Git, when you are pushing it to Git, it's going to get ignored. So there's this, I don't know if it's a new service or a new thing. If you push your private keys on GitHub, those private keys automatically will be cancelled by Google. I don't know if anybody has experienced that. So if you like have like a Google project ID key or any crucial information, and then you don't add it on your Git ignore, automatically Google is going to cancel that API key. I don't know if anybody has experienced that. So all you have to do is, after you have created that generate new private key, you are going to take that that JSON file and then add it to your project directory, because that's what you basically be using for your configurations. So next slide. No, back. Okay, yeah. So next slide. Next slide. So we are going to talk about how we will set up our Firebase configurations. So now we have our JSON file. How are we going to set it up, right? So in our SRC directory, which is more like our root directory, we are going to create a Firebase.ts file. So our Firebase.ts file contains like some piece of information, right? Which is going to basically initialize our app, which we actually have like on line 4. And then those credentials that we have on our JSON file, we actually bring it in. We bring in our private key, we bring in our project ID, bring in our client email, which is basically our configurations for accessing our Firestore account, right? After that, we are going to export our database and also export our admin, right? So the reason we're actually exporting our database so that we can have access to it, and then we can like perform write, read operations on our database. So let's talk about how we will write our CRUD functions. Now, this doesn't actually have to do much about the CRUD function, the functions, Firestore functions. They are basically Firestore configs, right? Where you get to write your own code. So in your SRC directory, we are going to create a controllers function. We all know that whenever we are writing like business logic, we have to create our controllers file, we have to create our services, we have to create all those things, right? But we are like trying to make it as simple as possible. So we are going to bring in every single code into our controllers function, right? So we are going to create a controller file. This is where we are going to be defining our types, our interfaces. If you are familiar with TypeScript, that's where you will be writing all your configurations for your types, interfaces, defining the functions, the business logic, and the rest. So the next thing is, since we're actually building a cross system, the first thing is adding, right? That's create, adding an item to the database. So here we're actually creating a function called add item. So this add item is going to be using Express.js, where we have our requests and our response, and then our database is just going to get two data, that's the title and the text, right? So we'll be extracting that from the request body, excuse me. And then we are going to now push that particular information into our entries, right? And then the next piece of code that we have is to get all our items, right? So next slide. So the next function is to get all items. So after adding to your database, obviously you want to like retrieve those data back, right? So that is where we will create like a method called get all items. Normal express functions, you have to pass in request, response. Then if you want to do anything asynchronous, you have to still pass the next function, but we're not using that for now. So we will use our response object, our response function, where we will now make a query to database Firestore collection and get all our entries, right? And then we can use the response body to send it back as an API, as a JSON back to the client, right? The next function is, sorry, So the next function is updating an item. So whenever you're trying to update an item, first of all, you are going to retrieve, yeah. So first of all, you are going to like retrieve the current data using the ID that you want to be updating. So after that, you now push in a new value into the database using that particular ID that you want to update. So the next function is deleting an item from the database. So next slide. So deleting an item, we are going to be using the delete function here on. So we can see that part where we are calling await entries.delete.catch. So there we are actually deleting a particular item from the database using the entry ID that was provided. So that's basically a simple CRUD operation. So at this point, you don't necessarily need to understand Firebase, you don't really need to understand Firebase cloud functions. These are like basically express codes expressed alongside with Firestore, database manipulations, and the rest. So obviously we have created our controllers, right? The next thing we are going to be thinking about now is routing, right? We need some sort of system, not system per se. We need like some endpoints where we can point to, and then that particular controller that's created is going to be called. Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry, before I continue, let me don't beat me out. It's not like I'm bashing PHP, right? Not like I'm not saying it's bad. It's bad for me, but you can still write it. It's just outdated. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. So, in case you are still writing PHP and you are looking for a job, you still know they write PHP again. So there's no job in PHP. Just move to JavaScript or TypeScript. Yeah. So after creating our controllers, the next thing is to create our routes, right? We need some sort of routing system where if we call this particular endpoint, it's going to be making a request to that particular controller. So next slide. So from line 2 to line 8, we're actually bringing in those functions that we created. Line 10, we are actually creating an instance of Express. And then from line 12 to line 16, we're actually creating routes using the Express router, right? So here we're actually saying that if we hit our functions with slash, we should return hey from wisdom input. And then line 13 is saying if I hit slash items, you should actually slash item. That's actually a post request. So you should actually add a new item with basic payload. So it's just random express code. Very, very basic. So next slide. So this is like the most important part, right? And one of the simplest parts so far, which has to do with deploying your functions. Now, you have written your functions, you want to deploy it so that external people can actually use it. So next slide. So to deploy your codes, the only thing you have to do is type this command on your terminal, Firebase deploy -- only functions. And then there's this thing I forgot to mention. The cloud functions are actually not free. So even if you have like a Firestore account, if you don't add your card, you will not have access to it. So by default, when you create a Firebase account, you are on the Spark new plan. But for you to actually make use of the cloud functions, you have to pay for it, right? So you have to subscribe to the pay as you use plan. So at this point, if you haven't paid for Firestore or Firebase in general, you will not have access to use this particular command, right? So you have to deploy your codes, you have to type this on your terminal, Firebase deploy dash only functions, and then voila, it's going to deploy your functions. So after this, after successful deployment, the next thing you have to do is navigate to your Firebase console. That is where you now go to the functions section, and then you see the list of all your endpoints. So an example of how your function URL is going to look like is https firebase url.cloudfunctions.net then /app. It's always going to like be app directory, and then from there you can actually add whatever routes that you created for your applications. So I guess that's basically it. So another thing I wanted to mention, and I did not add it here, is in case you don't want to pay for Firebase Cloud for the functions, right? You can actually run it locally on your local machine using this using the emulator service. There's this Firebase emulator service where it gives you the ability to run codes locally. So, and there's like this current issue where Google is like declining most of our cards here in Nigeria. Me personally, the card I'm even using on this Firebase is not my card. So I had to like try MasterCard, try Visa card, try Firebase card. Sorry, not Firebase, Bata card. So I guess that's all. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, and switch to TypeScript, everybody.
Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, so DJ, please read it for us. Write down small.
She says she want the banana. You can pick up the bananas. Shawty wanna go Bahamas. You can pick up the balance. Down for me, go farmer. Baby, I need farmers. You can go farmers. Take my booty, take my what's up? Make you feel what's the time? I'll be good enough to take a hand. And I always see you down. When you try not to feel it down, you must be calm.
All right. DJ, okay, so yes, I promised something. I asked us to do something. And I can remember speaking to my host that had left me. Because at the beginning of this session, I introduced a co-host, but he has run and left me, so it's fine. So he said that we should actually, I was like, no, I'm a woman of my words. Yeah. So based on the tweet we had in regards to the hashtag, we have 500 analyzed tweets, 534 total tweets. It's not so satisfactory, but it's actually a job well done. And then if based on economic value, like if we had to translate it into money, it was $428. Then we have, sorry, I'm giving you this, I want to be very transparent. I'm not in, sorry to say, but I'm not in PPO. Okay, so we have our winners for this year's edition of IO Extended rather. So first of all, Ima 8125, please come out. Please a round of applause for him. There. And yes, please, I would like to you to clap for him very well because he really tried 165 sweet activities from him. So he was super, super active. So please, then save your ex Godwin and 43 save your ex Godwin. To encourage inclusion, diversity, we have two ladies that try. That try. So let's give it up for Queen Afan, and Winnie Friend, George. Please a round of applause for them. I love you guys. I love you guys. For the fact that nobody has raised up hands, I love you guys. I love you so much. Okay, so we have our last speaker, very last speaker. By the way, thank you so much for sticking with us, for staying put with us. It's really encouraging to me. It shows that you guys are really lovely people, and you guys are really lovely. So please give yourself a round of applause.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Our next speaker is Femi Taiwo. Is he ready for us? Okay, connect him. And while we are connecting him, DJ, please.
Yes.
Yes, I want to invite Obon Hansen to please come upstairs. Come and join me. Obon Hansen, please don't run away. Alright. Please, I need someone to come out and join me since you are there. So let's come and join me now. Like that. Come and join me to do what? Like what's being this together? What do you mean? I need somebody who is ready to stand by me. Oh.